Let's use this for a second until I figure out what the heck is going on with my microphone. Because things can never be easy and straightforward, can they? It would be too easy if it was easy. Oh, okay. That is there. That's right. That's right. Okay. Is that right? Aha! Okay, it's fixed. Thank fuck. That was annoying. I was checking the back of the fucking cables and I was like, oh, what did I do? I broke it in the 30 seconds. How do I spell? Hey. Boop, 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 boop. Boom, boom, ba-da-bum. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. I was not sure she was going to show up. 'Twas concerning. Fontaine time. Let's go. Yep. 'Tis time for Fontaine. Have you been waiting for this? Is this your favorite? I have mail, though. I don't know why I have mail. Yeah. Way darker than the other regions. Fantastic. Because I definitely didn't cry at the Sumeru Archon quest. So why would I cry for the Fontaine one? Apparently it's going to be rough. What was I doing? God, my brain just like buffered there for a second. Navigate to Caravan Rivat. Well, I sure hope that was somebody's car outside. Hmm. It's always concerning when you live in America and start hearing what sounds like car backfire outside. Because it's very rarely car backfire. Love it here.
Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here?
We were with Alhaitham and we were hiding.
Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor. but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
I guess we may have stumbled upon this place at some point
So much
before.
time has already passed since then. And it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. And then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
It's hard to say what'll happen.
You're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
Me? I am a good person. I was just thinking you might be the problem.
Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out.
So what you're saying is I'm your good luck charm because I saved you.
Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
All right, let's continue our journey.
Look who it is. Running into you in a
Dia,
place like this.
hi.
I can see you two still love wandering around.
Sure do.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey.
True.
But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're preparing to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine. Oh, hey
Huh?
bud, turn
You
around. Don't look at me
serious?
like that, weirdo.
Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
Don't worry, Dia, we'll be back.
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
I'm just gonna hit a teleporter on the way. We're good.
But no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
Journey should be spontaneous.
Wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Same. Who are you, buddy? I feel like I met him in one of the later quests that we did. Did we not? Was this the guy that we were supposed to
see.
know?
Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I
Dia.
think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahita?
She'll know from our dreams anyway.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Take care.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Aw, I feel bad leaving Dia. Dia's sweet. You approach the border with Fontaine. Oh, so we don't even have to walk through the desert. Thank God. Not like I was going to walk through it. I was literally just going to teleport through. But I was not looking forward to it. I do have a loose eyelash, though. Ugh. Trying to get it before it falls into my eyeball and makes me annoyed. Hearing Gaming just giggling away in the background while we're stuck on a black screen is very interesting. Oh, I Can I make it there without dying? Do I have the stamina? I don't think I do. To be quite honest, I'm not sure that we're gonna make it, but we're gonna try it. I feel like we already did this once before, though. A boat below. Our boat? Oh, you're right. I see. I feel like it was you that saved me from this last time, too. Was it not? Yeah, okay. I never, like, look at the map. So I really should, because I would have seen the Wind Rider symbol, but, I don't. And bonk.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port!
It's beautiful.
Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines!
Yeah, like those fuckers that are horrible to fight.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do!
Don't worry,
What
I'm
do you
sure we
think?
will. Let's start meeting the Hydro Archon.
Yeah, Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Her journey is to find my sibling and also find the truth.
The more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
Hmm.
To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
Now, I don't know about you, but if we were just like hanging out
If
on a
you ask
dock
me, it's a
and somebody just
tragedy
decided to come up
things
and start
ended
talking
for
to
him.
us, I'd be like,
Clearly,
who
he
the
was a
fuck are
pretty
you?
decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really?
Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives.
I mean, true.
Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
So they see trials as sort of opera.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that?
That's
Not
my
to
thought too,
question
Paimon.
Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between
Good
the
lord.
machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
So this is the nation of justice.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Knowing what we know about her, probably get in trouble and have a court case.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally.
Correct.
In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Time slots?
Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
What is up with the Archons and drama?
First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
I don't like the idea of a person being a mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yep, good job,
Yes,
Reyna.
You're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
I don't think anybody would want to do that.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of
At least not in the
but
courtroom.
nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
It seems the people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon, but they don't appear to revere her.
I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for?
There's a character. There's a girl over there. She's been standing alone for quite some time.
Huh.
Yeah, I clocked her as
something's
we were
there.
starting the conversation.
She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
Maybe.
Maybe we better go check on her.
She'll be fine. Oh, we actually have to walk over there. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Hello, character.
Hello there.
We're finally gonna get her backstory, though. I have her in my party every now and again.
I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
Yeah, she's probably got a lot going
Many
on.
things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was
Okay.
just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids or a fantastical race from
No
Fontaine.
people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water.
Really?
And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged.
Oh,
We would
that's
skip and
interesting.
jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea.
So wait, why?
But
Why?
now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
I mean, real. But what?
Sorry, Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you are?
Hey,
Thanks
buddy.
for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Oh, allow
Hi,
me to
Lenny.
introduce
What are you
myself.
doing?
I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Yep.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
Yeah, our boat
We
is
were
right
just
here.
talking with
Look
your
at it.
sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Girl, I've tried to get you to shut up, but you don't listen. There's hardly anything left for me to say with you around.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
Surprise stream? I told y'all on Saturday that I was gonna stream on Monday.
So, what did Lynette
So
mean
is it
just
really
now
a
when she
surprise
said
if I
that the
told
water
you?
is engulfing your memories, and that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
Honestly, valid. What's happening in
Where
Fontaine?
to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Right, we've introduced ourselves like 5 times now.
Hello, traveler.
Hello. Lenny, it's nice to meet you.
And hello, Paimon.
Why is his hand like grabbing her ass?
Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Handshakes are common here? That's not very French of you.
All right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning
Honestly,
to go to the
he
Opera
should
House
just like
later
punt kick her
myself.
into the
I'll
ocean.
gladly take you once I finish things here. Please follow me.
Paimon's like perfect football shape and size, you know? Just kind of like one firm kick and she's gonna go flying, which is probably better for all of us. Oh my god, can y'all walk any fucking slower? Oh, we're going right here. Never mind. I didn't need to switch to walking then.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems
Hi,
Lady Farina
that's me.
has come to see you.
Oh. Hello, Lady Farina. How you doing up there, kiddo? Her jiggle physics on Clorind are wild.
She's the Hydro Archon? But how did you know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Okay. You're very dramatic.
As you can all see, two unfamiliar
travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
Nobody here seems to be holding a glass.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless ways.
What, you don't like her wig? You don't like it with all the hair coming off the back?
Your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro.
Is she?
And acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Well, finding the Archon was easy enough.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been
Nah,
here
her.
for
She
a
gotta
few
go by
minutes.
her demon name. She gotta be Focalor.
But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Ahem. Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget
She
that
really just
even
called us
gods
fucking
can be
stupid.
divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
She really said, bitch, you fucking stupid.
You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Girl, we've already talked to like 5 gods. This is not our first rodeo.
Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Feels like she can't get over herself.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Hey, how about let's do one thing. The one thing you should say is, would you like to have a cup of tea with me? Let's go somewhere and hang. That's all we need to do, girlie.
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Yeah, how did you not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Oh my
Of
god,
course.
y'all.
That's the blonde traveler, the one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Duel? Babe, I wanted to talk.
Oh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
I wanted to use my words, not my sword, motherfuckers.
Now, my dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Don't I have to agree to a duel?
Now she wants to fight?
Excuse me?
A little ahead of ourselves?
Fighting gods, I've got a resume. Hi, Clara, and what are you doing? Why? If this is going to be a duel between you and me, babe, you got to come down
Are
here
you not afraid? Might I
and
remind
not
you
have
that
your
this
little
is a
minions
duel
try to fight
against
me
the
first.
divine.
Yeah, it's fine.
What are
We've
you trying to
defeated
do,
some
traveler?
harbingers.
Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
They were bloodthirsty for a duel a second ago, and then she's like, no, wouldn't be enough. And they're like, you're right, ma'am.
On
Like,
Aranias,
chill.
criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
They really just bow down and whatever she says, they're like, yes, ma'am.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
No, I would much rather duel with my sword. I don't like it here.
All right. Now that'll be worth seeing.
I don't want to be a
Right.
lawyer.
This
I
is
did not go to law
Fontaine,
school.
after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how
Can we
exactly
hire
are
a
you going to have duel
lawyer?
in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We literally just got here.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Obvious.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each
Hi, mom,
month.
bitch, start walking.
You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Paimon, put your feet on the ground, my girl.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
Paimon, you don't see her.
Is that obvious?
Just push her down on the ground.
That? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Yep.
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
This feels a little
My
dramatic.
apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
Aw, but I was hoping we would see Paimon walk on those little
Tell her,
toes.
Winnie. Finally, someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Well,
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved.
yeah, take her artifacts and double
I'll permit
crowns
you
from
to
her.
object.
She gets a
But how
5-minute timeout.
exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Oh. Why are we on fire?
Ta-da!
Wow, we're covered in cat glitter. I love it here.
Hey, when did Winnie do that?
Honestly, valid. Xiao doing whatever he wants to do and getting 300k. I feel.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
Oh, shut up, Reina. I'm sure you can't do better.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Is she good?
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
Girl, you're doing too
I
much.
look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Okay, Songli I can see. Venti, I feel like he's too drunk to stomp on her. I feel like he'd just be fucking lost. He'd be like, where the fuck am I?
She's gone.
How did I get here?
Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Thanks for bailing us
Don't
out,
mention
Linny.
it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I
okay.
did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
Yeah, an insane one.
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Confusing is a good way to put it.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I'm sorry, you didn't know that he was a magician? Look at his fucking hat.
I just know a few simple
My
tricks
man
I use to
basically
make a
has
living. Lynette is
magician
my assistant.
written right on it.
It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance
I do love Lynette's
can
strip. I think she
be a
looks
little
great.
blurred. And speaking of performances,
Her and her little ears.
I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
I would be delighted.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Is there any way we can help?
You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
I don't know. When do we meet him?
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails.
I don't remember asking about the prophecy, but okay.
I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned.
Oh.
In the end, the people will all
Horrifying.
be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That
What
sounds
the
pretty
fuck?
funny. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath.
Well, put it back.
Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia.
Fuck
But here in
Celestia.
Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
Is everybody in this town a fucking lawyer?
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother?
That's exactly what the people did
Sorry,
at
Paimon.
first. But in the
Ooh, they
last
thought there was
few
gonna be a
years,
Geo
the water
Archon in
levels
here too.
Fontaine have actually started rising.
Ooh.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Geo was supposed to be Navia?
Many people carry on
Really?
with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think
How did
the
that
people
rumor
of
get started?
Fontaine
'Cause, I mean,
shouldn't
there's only
ignore the
been
possibility, which would end
One
up
for
sentencing them to
each.
death.
And we already met the Geo Archon.
We hope that at least the people
So
who
is there
reside near the
multiple
waterfront can move
Archons,
away before it's
like,
too late. So
for each element?
we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
I mean, I'm glad that you're helping people move, but that sucks, dude.
Preparing for a rainy day. But this is more than a bit of rain.
If the prophecy is true, then there is no way to prevent the disaster?
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things.
I mean,
Now,
fair.
if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
So we're like forcing magic pockets into people's hands now? Hello, Etienne. Would you like a magic pocket?
You're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about.
Hi. Enjoy
My
your
apologies
lurk.
for not recognizing you earlier. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
Well, that was easy. Yeah, we're in Fontaine.
What's this? So you also
You just missed
believe in the prophecy.
Farina's very dramatic
Keep it.
welcome
I won't
speech,
have
where
any
she
use for it.
threatened us with a duel, and then
You
tried to
mean
take
you
us to
don't believe in the
court,
prophecy?
and then acquitted us, all
No,
within the
no,
span
I
of like
believe in
5
prophecy.
minutes.
But I also believe
Yes,
in another
we are still avoiding the chasm.
The story says that
Until
people
at the
once
very
lived
last
in the
minute when I'll
ocean.
need to do
They were
Xiao's
one
quest,
with the
because
ocean
we love that
and
man.
couldn't live apart from
And we
it.
will do whatever it takes for
As
him,
time
but
wore on, people desired
we're avoiding
to live
it.
on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So,
I'm sorry,
ask
what the
me,
fuck did he just
water
say?
rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
I don't like
I
him.
hadn't heard that one before.
I don't like him. He makes me
Can't
uncomfortable.
live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
Yeah, I hear that this quest is dark.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
I mean, we have to stop the water level from rising because our beautiful Risley is in this place, and I can't let him die. We must protect our
I
boy.
don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything.
Okay, but it's a magic
Life is
bag and
all
you're a
about
boat
living
captain.
in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Okay, you're a boat captain. You're gonna go out on vacations and trips and shit. Just throw your clothes in it until you need it. Then it'll be fine. Then you'll have it when you need it.
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
No kidding.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Oh my gosh, this is just a do quest, huh? Ah! Okay, well I can't, I mean I could go that way, but it's probably not super helpful. Yeah, I've been through Fontaine once before, so I know a little bit about the place.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
I don't have a Hydro friend. Don't have a Hydro bitch out who wants to come out and play. Oh god, but who needs to go away so that they can play? Ah, no! I don't want to. Don't make me. Kick Kaya. But the Kaya's the baby. We love Kaya. Kaya's a good boy. I'll fight for Kaya till the end of my days. I'm sorry, Kaya. You'll be right back, buddy. I promise you'll be right back. I love my characters. Lots of meta 4 stars, really? Shit. Oh, okay, no, I don't need it. Which ones are like meta 4 stars?
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
Hey!
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Be nice to your sister, otherwise I'm gonna have
Fine.
to fight you.
Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Paimon wants a snack. We got you.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
I hadn't until you pointed her out. Is she a pickpocket?
What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing.
Mm-hmm.
Watch her movements carefully.
I knew she was a pickpocket. She was just giving me that vibe. It's also a very
Oh, he's
French
right.
thing to have
Shh,
pickpockets.
keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Leave it to me.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, I had a friend when I was in college that sorry, Barbara, you gotta go. We gotta bring back our boy. That spent a summer in France on like a
Ready when you are.
exchange program. And one of the things that she has always kind of talked about is just how many pickpockets there were throughout France. It's a little sad because, I mean, I just hate seeing people not be able to enjoy, you know, new places and new cultures and stuff because they're so worried about having things taken from their pockets. Look at Kaya. Look how cool he is. He matches right in here. Ugh, I was reading some of like Kaya's lore the other night after stream. Diluc where? Diluc is not... He's sleeping right now. He's just a tired boy, you know? He's just having a little sleep. But I was reading some of Kaya's lore,
Winnie wanted us to wait.
and I just feel so bad for him and Diluc. Hey.
Look, isn't that her?
I like them. Get ready to stop her. In my mind,
Did she notice
Diluc
us?
and
She
Kaya
started running the other
will
direction.
make up and be besties
do?
forever
Chase
again.
her?
Our job is to block the path.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief.
Seems there's no reason for us to stay here.
Yeah, let's go.
I just want Kaya and Diluc to be happy bestie brothers again, you know?
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Aw, Lynette,
Oh,
sweet
Did you get
girl.
hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it.
I love how many
You're
siblings
right,
there
you're
are in
right.
this game.
Sorry, Lynette.
I'm about to miss out on a hot character. What do you mean?
I have to admit
Where?
that the thief was
Where
even
is he?
more skilled than I had
Oh, on Honkai
anticipated.
Star Rail.
But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
You just want me to join
Alright,
Honkai
let's
Star
put this
Rail
little
so you have
detour
another
behind
game
us. We
that you
should go
can
to the Court of
flaunt
Fontaine now.
your insane damage in while I just toddle around like a toddler baby. Yeah. Jing Yuan is the best boy in Honkai Star Rail, you say, Riddle?
What an ingenious way to get around.
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine.
You can use other people's
It's
characters?
pretty
What?
convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
Lynette, damn, girl.
No, that's not what I
Chill.
meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
She says, fine, bitch, I'm not good enough for you.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
Are they older brothers? I thought they were twins.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Oh, I guess she's coming with us now. Oh no, never mind. That's someone different. I thought that was the pickpocket. They are twins? Okay. I thought so. Oh, it's Charlotte.
Excuse me. Aren't you the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
Why did you look first at her vision on her thigh? Like, boy,
Nice
you
to meet
weird.
you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
You've heard about me? I guess you could say that. Wait, didn't we meet her in
almost immediately.
Oh no, we met her in the
I wouldn't be
lantern,
much of a
right?
reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must
Wait,
be
what?
my day. Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally be showing me some favor? So, Charlotte,
I did do lantern, right? Yeah.
report on?
I also did
Well,
the
when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover
one
the
before
trials of the
that,
opera house.
Muskets and
You could
Roses.
still manage to keep readers' attention as long
Um,
as you tell things from a clever enough angle.
So I've already
even
met
if
Charlotte a
it's the
couple
same old
times.
topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once
Not
so
a
poor
lover
that they
boy
ate a single
scheme.
piece of bread for 5 days.
That would definitely get my attention.
That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive.
I mean, that's fair
sensational
because,
news
like,
pieces
she
that
is
could
a
shake the country.
reporter, so
These
if they
smaller
want to
stories
do
are a waste of my
something
talents.
kind
Oh, I
of, you
just
know,
remembered. I've been following a
journalisty or
case
like
lately.
investigative-y, they
A
can pull her
series
in
of
real
cases,
easy.
actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish,
Do you
when
want
the
me to
case
pull
is
out
finally
Diluc
cracked,
for a little
and it's the
while?
headline
You want me to
story
give
in the
Gumming a little
paper?
rest and have Diluc in?
When that happens, I bet all the other
You want me
reporters will shed
to just
tears of
throw my
envy.
90s boy
I've gathered
away?
all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed. So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found? That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found.
Oh, I
Many
hate it.
suspects have
That's
been
my, like,
arrested over the years in
biggest
connection with
fucking
this case,
fear.
but shortly
Hi,
after each
Moonly.
arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Oh, no, kidnappings and maybe they're copycats?
Yes, it's possible.
Kidnappings and those sorts of
Either
things
way,
that,
I
like,
believe that every case has some
you know,
precise
people
truth
can just
behind it,
all of a sudden
waiting to be
decide that they
exposed.
would like to do
Yes, I
something
agree.
horrid to
And
you
at the
and
very
you can
least,
do
the
nothing
family of
about
those
it
missing
is
girls
fucking
deserves some sort of
terrifying.
explanation. I just
I'm
imagine
good. How
for a
are
second
you?
What I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd
They've
pay
just
any
activated one
price
of
to
my
get her
greatest
back,
fears.
and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
Well, enjoy. Have a good night, Riddle. No, kidnapping, murder, those sorts of things where people can just like pick you out of a crowd and be like, yeah, this is my thing tonight. Like, bitch, why? Don't you have anything better to do? You're fucking scary. Like, I don't know. Go fucking get an ice cream cone. Do anything else, you fucking weirdos. Anything that has like that, like a crime that has like a randomness to it, or like a crime that it's like somebody that you're close to. Like the stories, like the true crime stories about like people who are murdered by their partner or anything like that, it fucking freaks me out.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you.
Oh my god, true.
Surprises like this. Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly. I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Like, you can put all of your trust in someone and then they could just be insane.
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
Like, gives me the heebies and the jeebies.
Tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Oh god, don't get me started on crimes that involve children. I don't think there's anything more vile and despicable than people who commit crimes against children. Where are we going? Oh, sorry, kiddo. Me talking about committing crimes against kids and almost runs one down.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home.
Oh,
Where did
the
everyone else go?
boy!
I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
Oh, what's up, Fremine? He sounds so
see.
sad.
Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Thought that said driver, and I was like, damn, okay.
Hello.
Buddy, what's wrong?
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
What a talented family.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
He's normally just a sad bean like that.
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
It's alright, go ahead. I just want to squish him.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the
Sweet
Traveler and I
bean.
collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Is he a sad boy? Or is he just, like, kind of have a voice that sounds sad boy?
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago?
He just has the
Fontaine's
voice.
weather
Okay,
sure
good.
is weird.
I was like,
I'm
I don't
afraid
have to,
that's
like,
just how it is here.
do,
It
you
often
know,
rains
bring
on
him shit
days
to
where
cheer
there are
him up,
trials
right?
being
Because
held in the
I don't
Opera
like
House,
him
but
being
don't
sad.
worry,
He's just
it'll clear up
he's
soon
just a
enough.
kid.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
See, and I think that's a spoiler that I know
was a
because
child,
I think
my
that
mother
I
told me
know
that
what
if
I
I wanted to go
know
outside
about
and play,
that.
I
You know
should
what
yell
you know
toward
what
the
I'm
sky at
saying?
the
I
top
think
of
I know
my
what I
lungs.
know.
Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Could the Hydro Dragon be the elemental dragon of Fontaine? Another one of those elemental dragons in Tavat?
If it's an elemental dragon,
Yeah.
having the power to make
I
it
know
rain
what I
wouldn't
know.
be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
I don't think that he's crying, girl. I think he's chilling. I think he's fine.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a
He's probably just
legend
having a cup
after
of tea
all.
somewhere. He'll be all right.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
I don't think he can.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed
I
to
think
do,
so. I can't remember how or like when we found out.
Yeah, some
But yeah,
preparations for the show
Nouvelette
at the
is the
Opera
Hydro
House.
Dragon,
I
as
need
far
to
as I
find a way
know.
to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to
Which
the
is why I
island of
think that he's probably
Aranius.
off having a cup of
I'll
tea
have
with
Lynette meet you at the
Risley.
fountain in front of the Opera House.
See you at the performance.
Are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine
Yeah, I
has
think
always been a little
I think
afraid
that
of her.
it's also referenced that he's the Hydro Dragon in some of the other more recent
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes
quests
to
as
such
well.
tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
You're not useless, kiddo.
This'll be a walk in the park for us.
I'm gonna kill somebody for him. I'm quite useless with these tasks. No, you're not. You're an insanely beautiful, smart boy. And whoever has ever told you that you're useless, I'm gonna fight them for you.
What's the hurry?
Hello? Is there anyone here?
You got Gao Ming yesterday?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you
How do
need
you like
something
him?
made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver
Oh, you
some
tried pulling for
materials.
Xiao. Me
Here
too.
they are. They're for making...
I got Yao Yao instead.
What were they called again?
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to
no,
pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. but they insisted on
I
paying
feel like
the full
Xiao's
amount,
really hard to get
saying
right
that I had
now.
a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their
Fair.
pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Hydropower, I'm
Ah,
assuming?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
You're surrounded by water and you're telling me you're not using hydropower.
Well, I'm not completely
What?
sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the
Like,
Orifice
what?
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Well, Venti and Nahida both said that gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Seems to
Even
be.
though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called Mumusia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away.
Sorry.
Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
I think
You
that
again?
you would.
Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
No, you don't want to come off that
Yeah,
way.
but
Bye.
how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait,
Hey.
no, 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Sounds like a usual case with someone owing somebody else money.
Hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
Hi,
If Confrérie of
child.
Cabriere wants to poach clients from
What are
Northland
you
Bank, that's fine.
doing?
But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You goober.
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Why you hounding them now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run
Paimon,
into you
why
here
are we
in
waving
Fontaine.
to him?
What are the chances?
Hello, asshole.
Nice to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Fontaine really is a curious place.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring.
Why? Because you haven't caused any
Seems that
trouble yet?
fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble.
You
Either way you look
caused
at
the
it,
trouble most
seems
times,
things are going
sir.
to get a lot more interesting now.
I'm gonna
sure
fight
we
him.
want to avoid
I know we're
anything
gonna
like
fight
being
him,
fine
but I'm gonna
Christine.
actually fight him.
Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Trevor?
I think we've already weathered enough storms.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
For a while, he says.
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends?
We're not
Listen to me,
exactly friends, but
boy.
we're not
You
not
want
friends
more?
either.
Fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Oh, don't
Hey, I
don't
just
threaten
said
him with a
not to
good
interrupt.
time.
Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
Hey! That's way over the line! Alright, boys! Let's see who has to pay up now!
Oh my
Can you at least let
god.
me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to
You've
get
just
rough with
given
our
him the
clients,
best present you could have given him.
You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Go ahead, they're all yours.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Enjoy. Are we just gonna see him in like a pile? Oh, oh. I don't know why I didn't expect us to be fighting them.
Bring it on.
I most certainly didn't expect to be fighting them, if we're being real. Excuse me, Mr. Knife Thrower, you bitch. Sit down.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Child. Oh man, I thought we were gonna get to witness him fight.
How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Yeah, he's a harbinger.
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it?
He's just a bit grouchy.
Huh?
Oh. Uh-oh.
Now's my chance.
No, now's not your chance. Trust me. Trust me.
Huh. That was weird.
Are you feeling alright?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
I feel like it's Farina's doing.
First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
Don't use your delusion too often.
Fontaine, child.
You'll literally die, sir.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
So you decided to come out and try to steal another Gnosis?
What reason is that?
Is that what we're doing?
Since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Aww, child.
You losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
Do you have any idea where it came from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
What do you mean by that?
What is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss.
Probably.
In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers.
Well, why do you want to keep
It takes that
fighting
shape
us?
Because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
I love that he like fights us, tries to kill us, and then is like, We besties?
Seems a little
Like,
twisted,
chill,
huh?
dude. It's very possible, it's very possible that the power inside you is connected to your incident in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
Paimon, I feel like his master's not around
You
anymore,
make
my
it
dear.
sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss.
Oh,
But
he
it's been
can't
years
find
now,
it.
and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Now that's interesting.
It sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that.
Fair.
Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
And where is that
More
place?
work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's
Oh,
official
okay.
champion
Have fun.
duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Which is, I'm sure, very often.
Duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist.
So, do you go around, like, breaking the law and then being like, you want to fight? Or do you just walk up to him and go, you want to fight?
No specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
Oh, God.
Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
Because it's,
So, do many
because they're like
people
you, I'm
take
sure,
their
sir.
trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
Sir.
Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde. Huh.
When we met the Hydro
Oh,
Archon.
before I forget, I want you to have this.
Okay.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. So, I think I'll be better off without it for now.
All right.
Besides, I just need you
We'll
to
hold
hold
it
on
for
to
you.
it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Of course.
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
What a goofball.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, seems we don't have much to do for now. We might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
I kind of want to go watch Child fight. Can we do that? Is that like an option?
Who could have seen that coming?
Apparently
the
not.
reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along.
It's rude to spoil the mystery for everyone.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
Never thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading.
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
You already spoiled who the murderer is.
Sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Linny said that the Opera House is on Aeneas, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
Okay, I love the Aquabus. Just need to remember how to get to it. This way? LA Marmonia. Yeah. I don't right now. I'm just gonna go ride an Aquabus apparently. And try to find my way and listen to the little Melaleuses? Is this the Aquabus that I need? Hi, Elfane. What are you doing, cutie? Is this the one I need, though? Oh, Gumming's talents are out. Good to know. This is not the one that I need. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it goes this way. Okay. Hello, Elfane. How do you do? So. Oh, I already did all these.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan.
Elfan. Not Elfine. Elfan.
Imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so.
Good to know.
Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself.
Oh, she's so cute.
The destination of the current tour is Aeneas. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese.
Whoever made it is their fault. That's the rule book. Fair.
Traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
I'm assuming that's that. Ooh, what's over there? Just play Honkai Star Rail? Well, I did download it on my phone, so I will see.
We are now approaching
I'll see how I like it or not.
Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens.
She's so cute.
Please
I love
be careful when
her.
disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll wait. Oh, wait a second. Oh, there's another Aquabus. Okay, I see, I see. What is their light cone that you're talking about? Look at this good boy! Such a good boy doing his job.
Now this is fancy! The Opera at Eclairs.
Oh.
What a performance!
Interesting.
No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it.
Why am I lucky?
Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy
Oh,
child.
I get a free 5-star
We
until
pray.
next patch.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
So you mean I
guess
just
if
like
there are,
eked
kid,
in under there so I
there's
get a
no
free
doubt they'll
5-star
turn
is
out
what you're
smart.
saying?
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Bro is actually good, not Alloy.
Vache.
Why are we talking about Vache? Hi.
Wrong?
Vache. Vache.
I don't love hearing things in my head. Did you just say something?
Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Strange.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette, you scared Paimon. When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
She's so fucking cute. I can't stand her. By the way, Lynette, I seem to hear a faint voice just
What
now.
do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
It seems as if the voice is coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see.
I was gonna say,
might be
it
able
doesn't
to
feel
tell
like
you
his name is
something that
L
could
plus
help explain the
ratio.
voice you heard.
But
In fact,
Dr.
you might not be
Radio or
imagining things at all.
Ratio?
I suspect
Ratio?
that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
But he does the L sign, that's so funny.
But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
They probably, I assume they did that on purpose, and that's really clever.
Just answer me. When do you cry?
Hopefully not often. What?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
I'm not sure whether I buy it.
So, what did the voice say?
Seemed to be calling out someone's name.
If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Oh, it's a bit
Rather
harder
than
to build
worrying
characters in
about them,
Honkai.
we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Are the artifacts easier to get in Honkai than they are in Genshin? Yeah. Well, that's good at least. Alright. Short break time. So that I can go to the pate and refresh my water. Maybe. Oh, my Spotify is being so slow. I wanted to leave you with good music. Maybe. Maybe you'll get music. Okay. BRB.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water, pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Oh, welcome. Welcome back. I am back now. Kill the vibe, kill the music. That was actually a really great song. I almost wanted to just sit here and listen to it for a second. Boop, boop, boop. Whoa. Oh, cutscene. I was like, why did the screen go black?
Ah, Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Yep, here we are.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
He's cute.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Wow, thanks, buddy.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lenny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny, could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Okay, in we go. Oh, I thought we'd had to go up. God, such a beautiful fucking theater, though. Like, what the heck? Ugh. The theater nerd in me is so happy in a place like this. There's a gorgeous theater near where I live. Oh, hey, look, it's Nouvellette. What's up, buddy? You're here pretty early. But there's a gorgeous theater near where I live that's like from the like Art Deco period. And it's just the best. There's something so good about good theaters. It's just Nouvellette. It's fine. Don't take him too seriously. He's just a bit grumpy.
Traveler, maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us.
I don't think he'd
We're
like
sitting
that.
together, and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kind of awkward if we don't say anything.
Isn't that usually your job?
Of course you put this on Paimon.
Yep.
Excuse
Enjoy.
me. I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I
Okay,
would be
buddy.
perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya?
He's got great hearing, and you weren't exactly quiet.
Good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk. But what should we talk about?
Paimon.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Stop. He's so cute.
So you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
He's so cute. He's like, if Linny wants
It
to
is
be
an
my
honor to meet you
friend,
two. I've
okay.
heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an
Nervillet,
honor it is
what
to
are
have
you
you here to see my
doing?
show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is.
Nope, we
Allow
don't.
me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
Now Paimon
No
is
offense
scared.
taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while
Oh
now.
my god, she's
I
so
believe she is
funny.
trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
She's
So
like,
I
look
think
at
you should
me.
take notice of her sooner rather than
Look at
later.
me.
Otherwise, she may become
Look at...
flustered.
Why aren't they looking at me? I fucking love her. She's so dramatic.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
Stop. He's so
Please wait
funny.
just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
The crowds enter the venue and the curtain opens for the show to begin.
Oh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Paimon, shut the fuck up.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
I will hold my hand over her mouth
Welcome,
if I
one and
need
all,
to,
the Opera
Nouvelette.
Epicles. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Why are we not clapping and cheering for Lynette? Louder.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some
My
of you
girl.
may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Oh. is dark.
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Tap tap. Whoa. Bard.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So
You've
it's
seen a
time for
levitating hat and a
something
bird
truly
come out of it?
extraordinary.
What?
Don't you think?
I
This
haven't.
one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely. Right before your very eyes.
Let's be careful. Let's not let Lynette get hurt, yeah?
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top.
Hmm?
Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now.
I am.
Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Oh.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I was like, what's my girl gonna come out in? Because her clothes are in the tank. Oh, Farina liked it. Just one trick? That's all we get? Oh, okay.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything!
Paimon, sit down, shut up.
That inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
No wonder he's a famous
If we
magician.
could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking.
Mm-hmm.
To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just
okay.
begun.
I was like, just
I've
one
prepared
trick,
even
and then he's
more
like, all right, get out, bye.
astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
Not
Please,
us.
if my
Not me.
assistants could
Don't
bring
look
out the
at us.
magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes.
Fontane's
One
been
is
good so
here,
far.
and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
I'm sure we're about to just get stuck in a box.
I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this?
I'm sure that we're gonna find out.
Is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and see.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations!
Oh, not us.
You now have the chance
That's
to
shocking.
experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
I really expected
I'm sorry,
it to be
it
us.
might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Okay, I volunteer. I'll go.
Okay.
If I can end up in the Fortress of Meripede, I go. I'm there.
All right.
Hello,
Before
please
I
take
enter
me.
the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
With the whole crowd counting together, you couldn't even if you wanted to.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
I was like, is he just gonna vanish from the stage?
52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is.
He's
Merely
so
a
funny.
consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
He's like, I'm participating just quietly.
You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38!
I kind of wish the counting was going in the whole, like, along the whole backtrack.
I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
I thought we were going to the Fortress of Meripede. I want to go there.
Even though he's saying
Please?
that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's part of the show. That didn't sound good.
Did you hear it too?
Maybe it was to divert our attention?
Sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17.
How are you gonna pull this off, Linny?
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
What's going on?
Almost there now.
What are you doing?
Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7.
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5. 4. 3.
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0.
Ta-da!
Ow! Also, Nouvelette's on the wrong side. He should be on the other side. A little continuity error there. Oh, 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 oh! Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Is this part of the show?
Girl, it's a death.
You're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Well.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Thank you, Nouvelette. I was never worried with you here. After some time, the guards complete their investigation.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
Yeah, where's the guest from the audience?
After an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
Is she living our dream? Is she in the Fortress of Meripede now?
With the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Okay, no, she's not. She's not with our boy.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
And to pull it off like this, in front of an audience, including the Archon and the Chief Justice?
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly?
Girl, I don't think this is Linny.
Our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
I disagree.
Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Girl, you out for blood.
Oh, this all
Are you gonna challenge him to a duel now, too?
Show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not?
Girl, pipe down. Let Nouvelette take care of this.
Speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Linny do this?
I don't think he could.
He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Unless this was all planned so that he could catch him. It's hard to believe all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just
Oh,
think that
you spoke before you thought, didn't you, girlie?
I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
Yeah, you gotta
Kidnapping and
watch
murder
what
carried out
you
under the
say.
cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing.
They really all just kind of like bow down and like Farina.
You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was
Me?
the one who helped you the first time we met.
I trust Lenny, but goddamn, I'm not a lawyer.
No problem at all. You know, the traveler.
There must be another traveler around here, because it's not me. No, you called it off.
With Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome.
Girl,
So
what?
No more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Okay, come on down. Let's go fight, I guess.
She obviously lost last time.
Neither of us. I was the only one that drew a
understand.
sword last time.
Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order.
All right, Nuvolat,
Well,
you happy
traveler,
about that?
Seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
Girl, I ain't no lawyer.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House.
A
Both
day?
sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth.
Okay,
Linny
I
and
need
his
to
troop are
fit
all potential
law school
suspects and
into
shall
about
remain within
12
the Opera
hours.
House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time.
Objection.
I'm really
Sustained.
looking forward to hearing
Is it working? Hearsay. The jury stands adjourned? I don't know any other language. I don't know any other jury jargon.
Now. Were you frightened?
No.
Of course.
I'm just more confused.
After witnessing an accident like that.
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what
Glad we're all
happened there
confused.
on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
That's very strange.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Why is Paimon wearing mustache glasses? What is going on?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry.
Sure.
We used our own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
It feels like 2012 when everybody was obsessed with mustaches on everything.
Good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
I won't let you down.
Just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go the performance?
Girl.
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
Aww.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it.
We won't tell anybody.
We should go somewhere
It's always
else if we're
not.
going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Yes.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
Oh, I love these like Nancy Drew style quests though.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
We're Lynette and Linny's
I see.
attorneys.
You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Nah, we're already mixed up in it.
What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him.
Okay.
The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged.
Yeah.
As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it.
But why was Cowell inside?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If
Does
anything,
it?
the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
So you thought that it would make sense for him to kill a random audience member
good friends of
in
his?
front of the Chief Justice and the Archon?
Say we're good friends, but
Like, chill.
for a little while.
It is a lot of
So in just a
incidents.
short
It's a lot of
time, he was
factors to be an
not only able to
accident.
win your trust,
But why
even
would
convince
Linny
you to
be the
act as his
one?
attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand.
Like, it would make much
I've
more
seen
sense
a
for
lot
somebody
of
to have
cases,
done it to
and I can
frame
tell
Linny.
you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
That's not always
Sorry,
true.
I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
You can use the case record to confirm your current evidence, include collection situation, and sort case-related information. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record, then investigate the corresponding areas to locate them. Use perception skill to find evidence and clues. Okay. True. From an impartial standpoint, it would be less often that somebody is being framed. But my thing is, unless you're really, really confident or like really, really, full of ego, you wouldn't do that in front of the Grand Justice. It'd be like walking into the American Supreme Court and committing a crime and being like, wasn't me! So the magic box was struck. If Cowell weren't inside the box. Okay, well, I guess we don't read all that. What am I doing?
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt,
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance.
Yeah.
In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
I know.
You see why I
Could you
was saying
imagine
it'd
having
be
that
tough to
RNG
make a
for
case
Xiao?
Linny.
Come on, Linny. Use your powers for good over here.
Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
The device is used during Linny's magic performance to choose a lucky member of the audience. However, the guards have found that it will generate the same number no matter what.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
That's interesting. That Honkai Star Rail's RNG seems rigged different, even though it is supposed to be the same as Genshin's. So either Linny didn't realize it was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Just looking at where the rope snapped. I wonder if it's because... Oops. I wonder if it's because Honkai Star Rail is a newer game that maybe they're skewing the wishes. Seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton.
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
Special rope. The rope used to suspend the water tank suddenly broke with the fireworks. An investigation has shown that the location of where the rope snapped was made of flammable material.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
We're Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects.
Okay.
Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Well, I mean, that's good for us.
Previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
Absolutely.
It is of utmost
You'll be the
importance
first
that
one
get
we
to the
talk
bottom of
to.
these disappearances.
Halsey is the missing person. Okay, so apparently we've already talked to Esmond. I don't remember talking to him. The magic box was left on the scene after the guard completed... The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guard completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Huh. Oh, no, there's more. Okay. Where was her seat? Oh, we can examine the magic box. It looks like an ordinary box, but Lenny somehow moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do it? There has to be like a tunnel underneath or something, right? Where was her seat?
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too.
Okay,
If you
who are
find any
you?
new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
Who are you again?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
Maybe.
That makes sense.
Or it could have just been a thud.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice, Lynette perhaps, jumping atop the water tank or something like that.
You think Lynette is just up there jumping on the water tank like it's a fucking
Sending the water
trampoline?
tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
And wouldn't Lynette have been on top of it?
Balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing?
Oh, that's true.
She is a friend of cats. True.
I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
So we're thinking that she could have landed quietly. Oh shit. Nah. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Sorry. I was going for this. Do I need to go out and up? Seems like it.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Oh, hi, Navia.
Keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Correct.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
Nope,
From
haven't.
mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
You're so cute. I love Navia.
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
Hi, Silver.
I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
I mean, Demoiselle just means like renowned miss,
I am the
right?
second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So you want to investigate as well?
That's right.
I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Same.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Okay.
Marina was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Yeah,
But
she was.
That's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away.
Yeah, the like kind of steampunkiness of Navia's costume, it's so good.
There was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
When you put it like that.
I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
No.
Well?
Not always.
Why would that be?
Something serious like trials shouldn't be treated for entertainment.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact.
Yeah, otherwise you end up with like reality show trials, and that's not great.
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors.
Why, thanks.
Now, I need to make
I mean,
some
have you ever
preparations.
watched any of the reality shows for like trials?
You two shall be my assistants.
They're so awful. Like Judge Judy and stuff.
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth.
I agree.
You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
Yeah, what's up, Silver?
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
Great.
Alrighty then.
We'll be making
Man, a
some
few
preparations
words.
first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks.
They're just balancing on their nose. Have you seen the there's a pair of sunglasses that really is like what it does. It just kind of like pinches like right here on like the bridge of your nose. And it's so insane. Like it looks so uncomfortable. Oh, it's down here. You.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
There can be so many like good sunglasses, but there's so many more bad sunglasses.
Guarding this entrance.
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
There was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was
Yeah, I would never buy like a designer pair of sunglasses. Like, I think the most expensive pair of sunglasses I own is like $50. And that even that was expensive, and I was like, why am I doing that?
But no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the
But I do have to say, I love that when I bought the $50 pair of sunglasses, they accidentally sent me a second pair. And then I was like, would you like these back? And they were like, nah, don't worry about it. You gave me a free pair of sunglasses? Love it. And they're good sunglasses too. Like they're really good at like diffusing the light or whatever so that you can not be blinded while driving, which is the biggest point of sunglasses.
Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to...
Honestly, true. I had a pair of sunglasses that I bought that were like $5, and they were my favorite pair. I'm still so sad I lost them.
Pull a rose out of my hat as a gift.
Like they were fine. They didn't break or anything. They didn't get scratched. I just lost them.
You've arrived. Who's
Ain't that the truth? It's like I have to use these things to see, and y'all are using them as a fashion statement. I brush my glasses and have like a fingerprint on them for the rest of the day, and I'm looking through like my own fingerprint.
I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be
And you guys are just like, oh, fun glasses.
And these are my companions.
Maybe it's 'cause I'm jealous.
Do you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Right?
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
The only time that like I give them a pass is when they're like blue light filtering and they wear them because they obviously want to reduce eye strain.
It's not every day you get to see the secrets.
And even then
behind
there's like
magic performed
little
on such
evidence on that,
large
but
scale.
that's fine.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
At least if there's like a reason, not just, oh, well, I wanted to feel like I had to wear eyewear.
Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is
Like,
hidden
come
beneath
on.
this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
Ow.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board.
Oh, I didn't catch
So,
that.
If you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside this one.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, God, true. Like, even just getting dressed in them sounds awful.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley. All while the outer
Well, what
box
time
would
is
remain
what
on
timeline
stage as
is
if
this
nothing
supposed
had
to
ever
take place
changed.
in? Would they be using metal like metal corsets, or would they be using still whaleboning?
Energy through this device here.
Because I mean,
with which it would
whaleboning had a
complete
little
the
bit
rest
more
of the steps.
flexibility to it than
The
the
audience
rigid
member would
metal
only be able to
ones.
feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
And what about your side of the trick? I'm sure he just dropped down and ran.
You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end.
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette?
Mm,
Where was she?
Fair enough.
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting.
Steel boned. Oof.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines.
I would much rather have like a plastic or like
I was the
a
one who walked
face,
out of the box
what is it, like interfaced
We
corset?
are twins.
Rather than a
All
metal
it takes
one.
Is a change of clothes, and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
Also, his little like calf things have to be chafy, right? Like they have to hurt. I couldn't imagine walking around like Fontaine with all that. At the end of the day, you're like, try not to let your legs touch. You're like a fucking deer in the headlights trying to be like, don't look at me, don't touch me, I'm in pain. You can tell a lot of thought was put
Lynette
into this.
would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending.
Right.
And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would.
It's
But
like
as
leaving
you
some of
saw,
his skin
Cal was in the
exposed.
box, not our
Poor
audience
guy.
member. She,
Like it
on the
looks
other
cool
hand,
as shit. Like don't get me
mysteriously
wrong.
vanished.
Is the style stylin'? Absolutely. But
If not for that
the
interlude,
ouch is
this
also
would have
ouching.
been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the
Yeah,
crime.
I
So
feel like
Lenny
that's
and Lynette
probably
are not
kind of
permitted
the
to stay
case
here.
is that
I'll escort them
it
back up.
seems
Yes, of course. No
like
need to
very
be so
kind of
strict now. I won't disappear into
I want to
thin
say
air,
like
you know.
era and area appropriate.
We're counting on you.
Like it doesn't feel super far out fantasy, you know, even though obviously it is. But it doesn't feel insane. Like it doesn't feel like you've just been like transported somewhere that you can't relate to. Yeah. I feel like they feel like they are first round doodles of a designer when they have like an idea in the middle of the night of what to, you know, create for a runway. Especially in Fontaine.
Huh. What's this? Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lenny didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Or was it what was used to stop the trolley, take the person, and swap? Oh, okay. Now we already looked at that.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Thank you, we can see
Speaking of
that.
which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick?
It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. And here's a broken vase.
I was gonna say, did you see Risley?
Down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Investigate clothing. Oh, there's a dress on the ground. Oop.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Ma'am, are you running around in your skivvies?
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Like, is my girl out there in her bra and undies just being like,
So confusing.
don't look at me.
He doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
High precision is required to complete this magic show. The tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on its designated course. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. Why would they be haphazardly? If we're going to be using them, supposedly, why would they be haphazardly stuffed inside? The trolley is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The culprit must have used this to execute their plan.
What is this place?
An air vent.
It seems someone could fit through here.
No shit.
Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Is there any sign of damage?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than the magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
I wanted to see his jacket again.
Seems
I
we're
really
just
liked
about done
those
investigating
like kind of
down here.
straps that he had to connect
Yes. Let's head back up.
like each side instead of buttons. Those kind of like diagonal like leather straps were real nice.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malouse returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
What's new?
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They
Doubtful.
believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
It would seem so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable.
So we have a room without an
Reno was
exit.
so confident in our accusation.
But
All
how
the
would they
current
get an
evidence
exit? Was there
points
like...
toward Linny and Lynette.
There has to be something we're missing in there,
Charges
right?
are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's how it works.
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will and is a judge in its own right.
The Oratrice is
This also
making me
precludes any
uncomfy.
kind of favoritism on the
It's
part
kind of
the
giving
Chief
me
Justice.
Akasha from Sumeru. And I don't like that either. Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice.
Shouldn't people have better faith in the machine because it always matches what the Chief Justice says rather than the Chief Justice matching the machine?
Leave this place before the trial. Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
I guess we're sleeping on the fucking chairs then?
There concerned
Hopefully the
that we
ground
might be
isn't
colluding with
sticky.
outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Silver said, "Give me the word. I'll get us out of here." Sir. Sir, chill.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
The machine has always been believed to give absolute truth, and the opera trial is a formality. Yeah, that makes me uncomfortable. I do not like, and maybe it's because, we can see that future here in, like, present times of people relying on machines over people, over, like, the opinions of machines over people. And we see the kind of bad that happens around that, especially with this, like, uptick in AI. So maybe it's just me being a little bit of a towards that.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too.
We can do that later.
I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon. Don't encourage Silver. I'm sure he's, like, gnawing at the bars of his enclosure to get out.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh?
Are you gonna take the pieces of the chairs to make a fire?
Everyone, please come with me.
What do you mean we're making snacks?
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
And ingredients? Yes? No?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I fucking love Mellis.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Okay.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Must be the Spina de Rosula thing. Fresh macarons?
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still
Bitch, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
But if we have smoke, like steam still coming from the macarons, they are not ready to eat. They will just fall apart.
But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
Yes. Definitely best a few days old. You want to let that, like, skin really firm up so it's kind of more shattery, where you can, like, get, like, a nice clean bite rather than it being smushy.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea,
And
ride
it really
horses,
depends
and play the
on
piano. I just
what
really enjoy
kind
making
of
snacks.
inner flavoring you're
underestimate
using on if
beating
it's
egg
actually
whites,
going to
by
seep
the
into
way.
the cookie or
It's a real
not.
arm
A lot of them
You also
are
need to beat
thicker
them to
that they're
just
just
the
going to
right
hang out in the
consistency,
middle.
or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
They're beautifully decorated, though.
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Yum. Thank you.
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
The Pokemon anime's Pokepuffs made me so jealous of Pokemon. Ain't that the truth?
Down to business.
Half of the food in animes just makes me feel like I want to live there, even if it's like a horrible place.
However, we
But the
can
food
assume
looks
that
so
Lily and
fucking
Lynette
good.
were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the
Face
twins,
and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction.
my big thing is, why did we discard her
Criminal thought that since she
clothes?
was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
So what did she walk out in?
Sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence that this third person exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
Good macaron should not be super sweet. It should be a nice balance.
And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
But what if you get hungry?
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine. If you ate them, you ate them.
Even you don't believe Paimon? How could you?
Well, nobody else walked up here, girly.
Then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
She's gonna make more 5-hour
Making
cookies.
Sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Oh, there's really no need to do that.
We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Oh my god.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
The guys just have like big old fucking pockets full of almonds and flour and like milk and eggs.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again.
Yeah.
It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
I don't plan to.
Thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula.
Rosula. That's how you say it. Spina di
I'll be
Rosula.
back if I find anything new.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare.
Can we like review?
Notes. They should help you review the situation.
I want to see if I can't find out like a motive. You know? I want to see if I can't figure it out before the game tells me. So. Oh, I forgot we had Child's Vision just hanging out. I forgot about him. Seems like a long time since we've seen our boy. Where? Ah, here it is. Read.
Whoever the murderer was, why would it be? Gosh.
Paimon, shut up. Okay, so we've got 8 out of 9. And 1 out of 3 in the tunnel.
That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon. We all heard that noise, didn't we? The performance wouldn't. Well, and that's what there was no taking a time.
Okay.
This rope was obviously tampered with. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey. This is probably a prop, too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things. Like the Traveler's fishing rod! This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. But it also could have been used in the crime. Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think about it for a bit, Traveler.
Okay. So, can we go back to the tunnel? Because we're obviously missing something. Oh, shit. My fault. Okay. So you...
Lenny's magic tricks were the stuff of legends. But the way he did this crime... he should have stuck to doing magic.
Look, doing magic tricks is one thing. Pulling off a crime is something else entirely. Maybe he was just too full of himself.
Okay. Must have struck the water tank really hard.
Go ahead, have a look around. In the end, we're both after the truth.
True. Is there anything with elemental sight that we're missing? Doesn't seem like it. Huh. But we are missing something. What could we be missing? You had no clue what happened? Is there any hints, like anything leading up to it throughout this that you can figure it out? Or is it just like a the game's gonna shock you no matter what type thing, so I should just skip ahead?
If you do encounter Miss Halsey, please contact the guards immediately.
Think of the prophecy and the clues. Okay. So there is an answer that we can get. I want to go into the box. No, examine white lines. We already did that. He might have dodged the falling water tank. And do your best to remove any preconceived notions. Okay. So, the prophecy is that the place is going up and underwater. Huh. And any preconceived notions. So we can't rule out Lenny and Lynette. What happens after everything goes up in water? Well, everybody's fucking dying and Farina's crying. So, but it's not Farina.
Could it be?
So it's not Neuvillette or Farina.
Why would it be him? How strange. Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved.
So there's something about sin in the prophecy that all Fontinians are born with sin. And that no trial can remove the sin. So the water level will rise until all of the sinners are wiped out. And then Farina will be left alone, or the Archon will be left alone, weeping on her throne.
We all heard that noise. The performance would... Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers.
Do we have the wording of the prophecy?
Whoever the murderer was...
Is it in our inventory? Or is it something that I should just look up? Because I don't want to look it up because I'm concerned that it'll reveal it. There's no spoilers since the exact wording was told to at the start. Okay. Okay. Thank you. According to the prophecy, everybody in Fontaine was born with sin that cannot be absolved. Moreover, one day the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and all the people with sin will be drowned and dissolved. With only the Hydro Archon remaining, weeping on her throne, only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away in a great flood. So drowned and dissolved.
Whoever the murderer was, they... This flower vase is probably a
The water's been spilled, and from distance seems unlikely. So wait, So if we're saying dissolved, like that's what happens after the people drown, they dissolve. Are we to assume that Halsey dissolved in that water and that's why her clothes were there? Because then that would make sense as to like why we saw Lynette's clothes in the tank of water. Because she dissolved into air. How do we get... Can we get back into the downstairs area? Oh, it's under the box, isn't it? Hang on. Let me see. Enter the tunnel. Perfect. Okay. So, examine ladder. The ladder is required in order to return to the magic box above. Examine control board. This should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. So, in theory, there is nobody else that was down here. We did that. Investigate vase, we did. Done both of these. Where does the water go? Nowhere useful. The tracks we investigated. Haphazardly is really throwing me. And maybe it's because, like, as somebody who has done, like, performance, you don't just haphazardly throw your props into a box. Like, that's not something that you do. Can I climb this? Ugh, why can't I climb this ladder? Oh, it just goes to the ceiling. Okay, never mind. Trolley, investigate that. We did. What are we missing from down here?
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparation. Why would it be him?
Like, can we put things together?
Digging a tunnel there was no third person. That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon.
It bothers me that we're missing 3 things. But we have all of these filled out. Oh, you think the missing stuff is unlocked during the trial? Oh, okay. Ugh. Because, yeah, I mean, like, I've walked all the way around. It's the clothing. And so far, my best guess is with this water and her clothing being here, she may have dissolved, which I don't know how she would do that. But if she dissolved, that would make it easier to get out of here.
Inactivity serves no
unless
purpose
she's
whatsoever.
in here. So, who do we think it could be? I actually have no clue. Like, nobody is standing out as suspicious at all. Where was Farina's seat? I want to check something really quick. Farina was up in one of the VIP boxes. Which side, though? And can we get to it? Not that I think it's Farina. But something feels off. You know? Okay, we can get up here. But I don't know which one she was at. Is there like an Archon specific box or... She was on like a throne, right? Oh, she was all the way up there. Fuck, never mind. Unless... No. There's gonna be no way for us to get all the way up here. How does Farina get all the way up there? I mean, I guess she's the Archon. So it's just like she poofs up there? But that's where she was sitting, right? Outside stairwells, but you don't think... Okay. Okay. Never mind then. Let's just go to the next day. What time? 8 a.m. Here. Well, good luck, Linny and Lynette. Hopefully they're not actually relying on us to win or lose the case. Cause girl, I got no fucking clue. Like, I don't think it's Linny or Lynette because I think that that's too obvious. But it's obviously not... I don't know who else it could be. Let's take it step by step.
Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Same.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
But it seems like that we're going to operate on the prove you're innocent, not prove that they're guilty. So I feel like we have more to be cut out for, you know?
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Not great, guys.
You might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
And what do you have to prove that they did it, Farina?
Expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
I'm really liking how many mysteries it seems, because like the whole kind of Muskets and Roses was like, here's a mystery play, and it was so good.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session.
Yes, sir.
Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Linney clearly reveals the details of its magic trick. Everyone in the audience is stunned.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
Why is he lying?
There is no way
How is he
could have
clearly
been in the
lying?
box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell.
Why was he clearly lying, girly?
In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
Counting
The
down?
roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Oh, you didn't.
Hang on! Something's not right here.
How could Lenny not know about the sound? So he couldn't hear it.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Uh-oh.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the Oratrice's stance on the trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Okay,
Indeed,
so he didn't
it seems
hear...
an alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid.
Girly, I doubt it.
Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
They're Fatui? Uh-oh. Nouvelette's pissed.
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all
No,
makes
I
sense.
doubt it.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's
Could
irrelevant.
child be
Our
involved?
identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Is that?
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during
I
that
trust
1
Linny
minute.
and Lynette. Yes, I do. But I don't trust
Your
child.
priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure
Me
there is
being
little that needs
being
to
like,
be
no,
kept
they're
secret
innocent,
now,
but trying to pull child in.
unless your script already has holes in it.
What the fuck? I know. It's weird that I trust a Fatui at all, but I trust them.
My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
Was it?
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Linny and Lynette are Fatui.
Order! Order! Mr. Linny, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
There's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Given how Linny has concealed his identity, this could have been set up beforehand. Plus, Child is here in Fontaine with the other house operatives. There must be some scheme at work. I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linny.
Oh, Nouvelette's getting pissed off.
Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Hey, Oratrice, chill it.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your
Granted.
Honor. My client has withheld some key information.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be
Is that really
discussed.
necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
Hey,
The
bitch.
defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Your
Or
request is reasonable.
they didn't tell
We shall
you
adjourn.
guys because they knew that this would be the
trial
fucking
will
response.
reconvene in
Assholes.
1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Why did he giggle like that? I hate it. On the quarters of Jordan, you meet with Linny and Lynette backstage. Alright, why didn't you tell us?
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
You didn't?
I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Okay, I'm trusting you less and less, guys.
People, as many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends.
Okay. I am trusting you less and
I didn't wish
less.
to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
Excuse me, fuckhead. How can we just know this isn't another lie?
So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point.
Well...
You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too.
Was it by coincidence?
But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask.
You should have done this already.
We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Okay.
You needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
And what'd you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time.
Can I get back into the basement? I need to go back to the tunnel and crawl through the vent my goddamn self.
But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Oh god, we don't get a choice.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. Both of them were continuing to defend.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
We already have the key evidence we need. I'm glad you think so. Because I have no fucking clue.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Okay, Lenny's statement. Lenny claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice's core. Upon entering the tunnel, he did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud. Lenny claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber of the house of the Oratrice's core, or chamber that houses the Oratrice's core within the Opera House's underground structure. Huh. I want these to be filled out. Record updated.
Him.
Oh, we're still missing one from the stage. Oh, that's annoying.
Paimon hopes he's telling the truth. Doesn't seem likely that anyone could have been there.
Okay, so we also heard a voice from the fountain outside. But Lynette was the one that said that it was driven by emotions of the people around, right? So, how much can we trust that? But there is some sort of consciousness imbued in the Oratrice. Is the Oratrice consciousness something that somebody else is trying to get to? Or something that somebody would kidnap to stop them from getting to? And Lenny heard voices, though. Could the voices have been... No, he would have said if they were from the tunnel, right? Like, that way, not the place that the Oratrice core is? Huh.
That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon.
Nobody cares, Paimon. Okay, so Lenny climbed through the tunnel vent to go to the Oratrice's core, and then he heard a voice and realized he needed to go back because he got scared. So then he went back into the magic box.
The two of them can perform this trick. There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either.
Okay, Paimon.
Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. We all heard that noise, didn't we?
So this must have been the vase tipping over, yeah? But then, how far away is the core where they wouldn't have heard it? It couldn't have been that far. Huh. I have no clue. This does not feel like it's something that can be solved. Because it feels like we're still missing a really key piece.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
Okay. Based on the opposition account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statements. Okay, perfect. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The oratrice will display such shifts. So does the oratrice just measure kind of like the sentiment in the room? Or does it influence the sentiment in the room? You can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
It measures and takes the sentiment to make energy. That's what okay.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
Oh, okay. It doesn't you don't think it factors that in for its
He
truth
did
or
not
justice?
realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time,
You think that would take
Cowell
less than
arrived
60
in the
seconds,
tunnel,
girly?
having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
Girl,
And
no.
there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Many,
Key
actually.
to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw.
Okay, so Linny entered the tunnel as the countdown began. Identify loopholes. I don't think that's a loophole. I think that's right. Okay. Linny attacked Halsey. Linny claimed he had not heard anything. So he was here.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Oh, do we have to identify each of these? Linny entered the tunnel. I mean, he did. Oof. So he had left the tunnel. So he couldn't be in the tunnel, which means that he really didn't hear the thump? No. Okay. The oratrice voice?
Linny went to the room that contains the oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Linny knocked Cowell out. The existing evidence indicates that when Linny returned to the tunnel, the crime had already taken place. And all Linny saw was the young lady's clothes.
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention!
Oh, okay, so we don't have to change everything. Good to know. Oh, fuck. Okay, this isn't going to play normally.
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a sent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored.
The Dendro quests are weird.
That area, he heard a voice.
Yeah, they were kind of weird when we did them so far.
Room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the
I have to say, the Aranara quest from like the Dendro Sumeru area was probably the most weird so far.
He reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Tip in my favor. Thank you, Scales. Oh, you're doing them right now? You're doing the Dendro quests? Or like the Dendro Archon quest?
Actually managed to say all that. Wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
Yes, correct. Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning was flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Linny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Was it supposed to kill Linny? Or Lynette?
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around. Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
You remember how you refuted Linny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't.
Correct. Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue. Oh god, what are we doing? Choosing the most... Oh, which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel? Oh, interesting. Wait, I don't understand. Which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? Oh god, is it this that we didn't get? Oh no. Because none of this makes sense. Like, no, it will be accessible. Okay, good. Because, like, if you're looking at it, so it's the ones you have. Perfect. Can't be the strange sound. Could it be? There's an audible thump. Entrances and exits. No one left the opera house. Let's try this.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel.
I'm good. How are you?
That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic.
Ooh, I don't like her internal monologue coming at her and being like, "Bitch."
Committed the crimes, then who was it?
Girl, I don't know. I was hoping you could tell me. The murderer was. Select the gear icons in the interface to check the corresponding case questions. Oh, shit. God, we actually have to make an inference. Oh god, I have no fucking clue though. Select answers and fill all empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. Okay. How did the culprit trigger the onstage accident? The guard's investigation report indicated that fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cowell. If Linny is no longer under suspicion, the only other member of the troupe that would have been able to tamper with props. Linny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea of the box containing the audience member would be transported across via a tunnel, and Linny himself would also use the tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of the on-stage interactions. The clothes belonged to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. Select any clue. Who was the person that could have possibly committed the crime?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
No, I don't think there's a third person. But could it be Cowell?
His name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
He was a new add to the show. Oh. Cowell did it?
That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting. Let's hear your reasoning then.
Girl, I hate the way Farina
What I
talks
must do
down
next
to
is
us.
recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Okay, so how can we envisage Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
Great question.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
How can I prove that there was an altercation in the tunnel?
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Who is the prime suspect currently? Oh, okay, hang on.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
This, maybe? Who's the prime suspect currently? It's Linny.
Was not in the tunnel at that.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances.
Oh, okay. Fuck, everything's wrong. So
The
this...
deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
So then this must be Linny.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample...
And where did Halsey go
It would
missing?
have been tough for both people to fit into that bed.
Here? Oh, okay. Her
Halsey's
clothes?
clothing
Really?
was in the tunnel.
Wait, I'm confused.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Girl, so are you.
Since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely.
True.
It's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear.
I was right on that.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents. But do you know
I knew they had to show us that for something.
there is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Great, it's not a performance, it's a trial, babe.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Nicolette, hold on, buddy. Hold on a second.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was you.
I was right.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
Okay, my dear Hydro Archon, chill.
Ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request we examine Cowell's personal effects.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well.
Linny?
Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment.
Thank you, Linny. I'm glad that you do.
The truth must be out there somewhere.
I still don't really trust
Perhaps a
you,
new line
but
of reasoning may
it's
open
fine.
If we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him.
What if he wasn't
But given
actually
that we aren't
dead?
making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe
Girl,
that
hand me
this
my
is a
hand
reasonable
me your
request on the
gnosis.
part
You're
of an
chilling.
attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an
And?
impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress.
Who
Guards,
says
please
who
step
says
into the
he's
lounge
dead
and examine
though?
the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
I don't say he's dead. He could be alive.
We are still examining the items, but we have already
Who said
made
it was
critical
him
progress
as the
that we feel
corpse?
must be shared
Could have
with
been a
everyone
doll.
Post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
Nouvellette knows what that is.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Oh, goddamn.
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
What?
The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
But why? I don't understand.
The defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You gotta be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Yeah.
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
But how is it only just
A
Fontanians?
certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Come on, Navia.
What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Take me with you. Oh, God. I'm so sorry, Nouvellette.
It is undeniable.
I'm so sorry,
that further
sir.
examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all.
True, it still doesn't.
Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Water from the primordial sea. The liquid the guards found in Cowell's luggage seems to have the ability to dissolve Fontanians. So who's a prime suspect? Cowell?
Cowell, Linny's assistant.
What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the
The water from the
dissolution?
primordial sea should already have...
What item did the culprit use to dissolve? Wait, what? So that's not
The
right.
water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordial sea...
This? And then
The rope that strung the water tank up was lit...
this? No. Okay. What item did the culprit use to control the timing?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
Does it seem like that? I don't get that from that.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... I remember there was something else...
I'm glad that she understands why these are connected, because I have no fucking clue. As far as I got, it was people being dissolved into water. That was I thought that was the end all be all.
Number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh, we're balanced.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Oh.
No. It seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
Who is it, Nouvelette?
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
Linny?
Can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you.
Karina, chill.
Does this not
Sit
clear
down.
all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
No. Oh, God. More refutation.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime.
No, I doubt it.
Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
I do have to say that I do agree with.
Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
No, it can't be. Ooh.
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
That's a good question. Why did it have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample
How was it found in
my
Linny's
flawless
personal effects
reasoning.
just all of a sudden?
I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view,
Excuse me, everyone.
Oh,
but
thank
I
God.
must interject.
Thank God Nadia has something.
Ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic?
I know.
An amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared.
I also need to go to bed, but
flesh, right before
I'm
your
hooked.
very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Oh, it's 3:28 there. It's 1:28
Come on
here.
now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But Once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
How did they make the necessary changes in the middle of this?
And voila.
Hey, she's back! What are you doing here?
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Okay.
I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one.
So she couldn't be dissolved, and she put him in.
That's
Oh!
how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief.
Oh.
Liddy,
So was
mentioned that you were
this
pretty skilled.
was this purposeful? Did Linny suspect him?
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector
Oh no,
chose
okay.
me.
Maybe. Ooh, I don't know.
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes.
I knew that nobody would just throw fucking costumes and props into the box haphazardly.
I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
A professional thief
But
could make it
swear
work.
I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Now it's time to refute the Hydro Archon's previous reasoning.
We need to tell the
Okay.
entire story from
I'm excited.
Lillian's
We got more. We
perspective.
got more. Okay. So, Linny entered the tunnel. No, okay. So we're leaving it at Linny entered the tunnel. Halsey dissolved. She didn't dissolve. Wait, so this was her knocking him out, yeah?
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Oh, okay. Fighting between Linny and Cowell. No. No, okay. The rope that has fallen to the ground, the metal hook has been tied to one end of the balloon. He should pop the balloon. Huh. Really?
Flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
And it's Ace Detective time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box.
So it sounded like he deserved
With
it.
no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Ugh, we keep only getting balanced though. It it doesn't want to side with us. It wants to fight us.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
Is that who stole the two
She had already
macarons?
become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo!
These people are so easily swayed. They were so down to believe that
Now then,
they had that
Lady
this person
Farina,
like melted. I
do
mean,
you
me
wish to
too,
speak
but
against the defense's statements.
oh, Farina, I'm sorry, babe. They just want a
Please
good show,
answer the
true.
question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Oh, Nouvelette's telling you off.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
No.
Wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some
So
modifications
he was the one
to
that
selector,
did
he could ensure
all
that
of the
pre-selected
serial
young woman
disappearances
would
then.
be
So we've
chosen.
caught like a serial killer?
To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank
Oh,
to
they
drop
did say he had an
and hide the
accomplice.
watermarks.
You're right.
He
Who's
poured
his
the water from the
accomplice?
primordial
Do we
sea
find
into a
out?
balloon during the preparation of the
Is
magic
that like another
box
part of the
and
quest?
stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to
Keep
said
going. Okay.
box. When the magic trick officially began, The box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this
95%?
time.
Ugh.
However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble,
So there'll be some
Carol
questions
entered the
that's left
tunnel and met
unanswered.
Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into
We can answer the
magic
5.
box,
Okay, cool.
and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the
So some of
accused,
this stuff
is in fact
continues on.
innocent.
Like, this is just kind of the setup for Fontaine.
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Nouvelette's like, I would love to know why you wanted to know how the Oratrice works, but that's a question for another day, Linny. Oh. So we still have more to expect from Fontaine just in general.
Declared not guilty.
Ooh, interesting.
Great work, partners.
Right.
Thank you all.
More of the
Thank you
like kind
so
of
much.
general lore bits that you get from like the story quests and like the kind of world quests. Let's not celebrate just
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Oh, no way.
Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Boy, run.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Fucking run. Hide.
Quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
The higher
Now that your
ups?
plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said
No,
higher-ups, yes?
many people have
Therefore, you
used
would
just
be
following
wise to tell
orders
everything you
before,
know
and it has
and seek
never
the
been a good
protection of the
reason.
guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our
And we
boss
have many
discovered
good
that the water
cases
can
of
cause
people
to
getting,
dissolve. It
you
can
know,
also be
held
made into a
accountable
potion,
as they should
which, when
be.
extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Who's the boss? He turned to water. So we know that it works.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
Honestly, fucking true.
Outrageous act.
True, Amor.
All present, please
True.
submit to inspection immediately.
Oh. Hello, robots. I don't like you. Nothing is found in the scene apart from the liquid left behind after Vaughn dissolved. Nah, that's fucking insane.
So, we're just going back now?
We're not needed anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
They both show people getting stabbed? Jesus Christ.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me.
Well, yeah, you're Fatui, bitch.
Let me thank you again for defending me to the end. even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
Yeah, why are you a member of the Fatui? I just want to be sure we're square.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight.
I've dealt with one too many Fatui members, buddy
I didn't approach
boy.
you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets.
Are you gonna make me try to feel bad for you,
I took
Fatui?
to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
So then you decided to align with...
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me.
Oh God, please
no.
no.
A long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts.
Oh God, please no.
The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no.
What the fuck?
So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Oh, I hate it here. Oh, I hate it here. Villains.
To ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person.
No, I hate it.
Hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in,
oh, Lynette.
All I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
I mean, thank God, but I don't like the knave still.
She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer.
Honestly,
the House of the Hearth
the only thing that the Fatui have done that I agree with so far.
Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here.
Ooh, but I've killed one of your brothers. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean. I mean, I did. He was hurting kids.
The noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans.
To get the Gnosis.
She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis's power when she obtains it.
Honestly, same.
She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis.
Honestly, this whole
Today's
game
case
is
has
just
also
very
proven that people
much
from
morally
Fontaine
gray
can indeed
characters.
dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine. And we will always defend our homeland.
The Tory is evil, I
To us
agree.
orphans, the only connection we have left to this
But
world,
is that
apart from
because
our
he's
family,
a Fatui
is our
or
homeland.
because he's an unhinged mad scientist
Like
researcher?
distributing magic pockets,
We all know my
to
feelings
huge
about
schemes
researchers.
like
That
stealing a
they can go too far and
Everything
they
is
scare
aimed at
me.
dealing with that prophecy.
I'm sorry, but I still can't completely trust you.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right.
That's
If
kind
you
of more
should need
concerning,
anything
bud.
at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand.
Bye, Linny.
Paimon, kind of being like,
Oh shit.
we're gonna get a lore drop that says he has some disease from the gods and that's why he segmented himself or something. Honestly, probably. I'm still kind of sticking with my the gods are evil
Disappearing act you pulled right
theory
as the trial
though. That's
ended.
kind of like my running theory right now.
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so too?
Well, I'm sorry, Navia.
What's wrong, my dear partner?
I gotta go, girly pop. I wasn't necessarily looking into the serial disappearances cases.
We're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now.
Yeah, I don't really trust the Hydro Archon's people to follow. They made some bad decisions.
I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Nah, I'm sure we'll help you in a minute. Don't worry.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Okay.
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later.
That's fair.
Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
If you say so.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
Perfect.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
Are we gonna have to walk to the Hotel de Boer? Oh god, does going to the Hotel de Boer, does that start another part of a quest? Or is this the end of the same quest? The end? Okay, perfect. I'll go do that then. So do we find out who the higher ups that Vaughn was talking about are? Because Vaughn said, I was just following orders. The higher ups, not really. I don't want you to tell me. You'll find out all your questions. Okay. I don't want to know. I want to make my own connections, but I just want to know if it's something that we'll find out. Okay. Hotel de Bois. I think I can just... Yeah. Oh. Do I have one open up by the Opera Epiclese? I do, okay. I don't want to walk or ride the aqua bus all the way there. I'll just do a little teleport. I am liking Fontaine so far. It feels very kind of like the two quests that I've done here have felt very like mystery driven. And as a Nancy Drew girly, I enjoy a good mystery. I do wish that they would leave more pieces instead of just kind of like putting together random shit though, but like
here as often after growing up.
beggars can't be choosers, I
I hope the food here will
guess.
be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Look at that, like, is this garlic bread?
Sure know
Oh,
how to enjoy life.
looks so yummy.
Of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
At first, a lot of random shit happens, but the story is still entertaining. Yeah, I would agree.
Bring everyone, albeit with only one dish per table.
You sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Certainly worth celebrating. It was a pleasure working with you.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food.
It looks so yummy.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly
It
taken
seems
a
to
big
be an
step forward,
organized thing, like an organization
that's
thing, so I'm
about
not
it.
sure.
We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
Yeah, why do they want to dissolve specifically young women?
Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Yeah, because who would think, oh, somebody's just gonna fucking dissolve when I drop a piece of water on them?
We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off.
Don't say chasm.
To be honest,
The chasm.
I don't have high hopes for any
No.
follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Love that for you.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydra Archon for some information, but we haven't had much of an opportunity to do so, and I doubt she's gonna want to chat with us now.
Speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I feel like she's not gonna be very friendly now that we've
your primary
embarrassed her.
Which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Are you planning to kidnap the Hydro Archon and or break into her house?
Well,
Because
one
maybe we
way would be
don't.
to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
He really said hold a play hostage.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
It's really not.
Here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Navia, that's
Someone testify
weird.
that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
No, girl, that's weird.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
You say arrested. I say Farina would kill us.
I was just thinking about
Could you
leveraging
imagine
a person's
being
desire
woken
for
up in the middle of the night by somebody you didn't know was hiding under your bed? Fuck, I'd kill somebody.
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False
Yeah, but we
accusations
also embarrassed
she
her
had
in the
merely
process,
upheld
and I think that she's
personally.
gonna hold a little
I imagine that she
grudge.
feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
It's worth a try.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Oh.
Was this your drink?
Oh, it was you, Paimon.
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright.
Paimon, girly.
Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
My drink also tasted that way.
So? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
Navia's cute. I love her. I'm sad I didn't roll for her when she was out.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
You could try walking, you know.
Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Excuse the fuck out of me, Paimon.
As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Does she? That's nice.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority.
Thanks, Navia.
In any case,
We
I
love
wish
you.
Smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Oh shit. We started another one. What the fuck? No more. No. I refuse. It's a good point to stop. Good. Let's see. Before we hop off. I have to roll for my boy at every opportunity that I can get. Fuck, don't have that. Okay. Well. I know we've got one. So I guess we roll for the boy and hope for the best. I do have intertwined fate technically. The 5 can buy a wish. Good call. Good call. Okay, so we have 2 wishes. Everybody cross your fingers and your toes and hope for Zhao. That's nothing. That's a fucking sword. Okay. Ugh. Ningguang. Girl, I did not want to see you. I want to see my boy. I want to see this man. Fine, fine, fine. How is it that Ningguang's gonna be like one of my most upgraded characters and I never play her? Like, I never play her. I also don't play him, obviously. He's level 1. But his shit's cool. His kit's really cool. Ugh, oh well. Okay, we'll try again later. I know! It feels like Genshin is pushing me towards using her. You got Black Swan and her weapon. So at least Honkai Star Rail's having good... People are having good times with. One of these days I'll get my boy. We will bring him home. But today is not that day. Tonight, this is where we end. This is how we call it. We're still Zhao-less. How sad. Okay, well, I will be back on Wednesday. So we'll do more of Fontaine on Wednesday if you guys want to stop on in. I'll post in the Discord when I'm going live. It'll probably be around 9. In between 8 and 9 is what I've been trying to do. But yeah. That is what we're gonna do. Thanks for hanging. And we'll try again on Wednesday to get our lovely Zhao. Alright. Well, have a good night, you guys. Bye.